We are live. I'm just waiting for this to come up so I can text you because I did not start with music today. I have I have other songs around, but they were recorded on a laptop microphone and video. Those are elsewhere on this page somewhere, but I'm not recommending them. They're songs that I wrote for my unfinished musical. I got 8 songs done and stuck on the 9th. I was aiming for 11 songs, so we'll see if I ever get back to it. It's not something that's ever going to be in production. The principal is not even aware that I wrote this. So I'm trying to find the chat. It's here in there. Let's go home. Okay. Now let's go to my channel. It's not helping. You know, sometimes I just don't know how YouTube works. Go to, I'm not looking for my watch history. Okay, we're going to just hang you up. We're going to come back and see if I can find my channel. There it is. Okay. So now you're here. I'm caught up. You're not here yet, so you're automatically caught up. And I can go ahead and wave at you and post my philosophy and say hello. It's almost 1:30 in the afternoon. It is Saturday, and actually for me it's been a very frustrating morning. I thought today was the day I finally put everything together with the new Lenovo pad that I've been so happy about getting. One payment to go. Unfortunately, I was sent the wrong glass cover. It doesn't fit, and I have then to make arrangements to send everything, well, bring everything in for a refund. So that was not the way I wanted to start my day. However, you know, we have to look for the bright side. I got this. This is the envelope that held that wrong piece of glass. And this is like my favorite template material for my felting. So we're going to use this for a new template. You see? Even out of a crappy situation, we can find a little light. Okay, now this is a crappy little situation. I made this yesterday. And what I love is these two things are made with the exact same template. Same size, same shape, but depending on where you cut it, it's going to help determine what their shape's going to be. So I didn't go too crazy with trying to form this one because I have a very thin seam here, which got thinner as I stretched the felt. So I'm going to see if I can fix this the way I fixed a spot on my flower purse. And this, oh yeah, I decided I was going to go ahead and put a little bit of yellow merino there. Where is it? Oh, well, I will have to get the yellow merino out of the suitcase of yellow merino. this. We just need a little smudging. But we're going to take 2 smidgens, maybe 3, because any excess smidgens can be used in a bookmarker later. Okay, so let us start. Well, for fine details, the 40 is the yellow. This. And then, oh no, let's do it. These dangerous little butters. We've got this is actually, it's smaller and easier to work with, but it's meant to do, to bunch stuff up, and you can want to work in a line. That's not what we want there. Now I could take another part there. Maybe that's what I'll do. Let's check it out. How big would that have to be? Oh, quite big. That'll kind of throw it off. We're going to try this first. If it fails, well, we come up with another idea. Now, the nice thing about having this stuffed with these little towels is I can use them like I'm using a felting mat. Put needles down when your fingers are still moving. Made an early blood test or anything. Now, of course, the color is very different because the felted, excuse me, is denser. It's this exact wool, but it's not knit yet. It's just the raw wool. So you see the individual fibers and they get a lot more light in. They get condensed. Well, it's still very thin here because you can see the blue of the towel below it. So I'm not trying to make it opaque. I just want to make it a little more secure. I'm going to try to just tack it in place to get started. So I want to make sure I don't go over this little bit of green. I'm going to have to do a bigger needle felting job than I want to do. Smudging more. Okay. Let's try this deadly instrument. I don't use this much. I don't usually have such large stuff, large areas to cover. Seeing how handy it can be. Not too over there, thank you. The yellow that I planted under there to its color when the light comes in from the back. But it's going to show as well as good if I did this right the first time. Well, multiple ways to make this work. Fortunately, I'm doing this for myself. It's not a gift. So I'm not too concerned, but it is a good learning experience. So in that way, I am concerned. So I went looking for information on drawing up a template to make myself a vest. Because after all, I want wearable art. That's the whole idea of learning all this. And the first thing that the teacher said, I'm subscribed to several teachers' channels, is you need a large place. You might have to tape your bubble wrap together. And, you know, that brings me back to the, yeah, I can't do a scarf up here either. I have to do everything downstairs. So I'm not being discouraged. I still intend to make my unique clothes my way. But I am going to have to start planning on doing it offline and downstairs because I don't have internet access. Mm. So that off, it's a little too thick right there. Let's get back to that. Now, after everything is felted, it's going to have a hot water bath, not scalding, and shock the wool. And that will help some of the new stuff filter a little into the main body. Because that's the clan. And in the future, you're going to have to remember to make a thicker base with like Ordained or a core fiber, which I'm finally starting to run a little low on because I have made a bunch of projects with it. A pound goes a long way, unless you're doing clothes or large presses. In any case, you get a bunch out of a pound. But that's because it's just this bulky stuff. And then my pocketbooks, my first two purses were made with it. And I didn't have any merino to go over them. What else I wanted the white color, natural off-white. But now I put the base, make the base first, lay that down first, and then you put the beautiful silky merinos over it. So you get the gorgeous colors, but it's stronger than the merino by itself. The merino is strong enough a fabric. It's just fragile in some ways. I think it's just so fine. It's good for things you want to drape, like scarves and shirts. But if you want something stiffer, like a hat or a purse or a vessel, then having it's something like Ordained is advisable. Now, although I'm giving you tips as I learn, remember it's as I learn. I'm still just an amateur. So I'm not giving lessons in mud felting other than if you happen to be picking things up from my experience, then I'm only teaching that way. What you're witnessing is me learning piece by piece what to do and what not to do. Yeah? I just happen to have more experience in some artistic areas that helps in, other aspects. Watching you play with pastels so much. Hi, Alice. You too. It's so weird saying your name Alice because for years I've seen Riri in my head. Matter of fact, Riri has been added to my dictionary for so many years that as soon as I type R-E, Riri comes out. So now that I see Alice, it's like zinking my head and going, okay, if I call you Riri, nobody knows who I'm talking to except you, which is fine. But everybody else, who's Riri? Anyway, volume on my phone. Sorry about that. I'm drinking coffee today. That's not a regular thing. I did not have it yesterday when it is my regular thing. Me is fine. Okay. How about you go over there for a few minutes? I'm going to use you instead. I am repairing yesterday's mess up as I reflect on the lesson learned yet again. about not using pure merino for the vessel because it's too fragile. It's too thin. It's meant to drape, not to hold a more complex shape. So the only reason I got shape on this is because the core was a Corriedale wool, which is more like a filler. I mean, it's not a filler, but it can be used as filler. It's just a shorter hair, but it bulks up fast, and it helps give things structure. So it's a good wool for outdoor wear, anything outdoors, or like slippers, gloves. But these little vessels, the last few well, this I did use Corriedale for the black, which I knew was going to give me lots of texture, especially the way I folded it in. So that made a really solid base here. But then I added all the color with merino with nothing underneath it because I wanted maximum light to come through. But I should have used yellow Corriedale or something comparable to this so it would hold its shape better. So, like I said, although you can learn from what I'm doing, I'm learning as I go. And as I said, that beautiful purse I made with all the oranges, I really like that purse. It has a good feel to it, and the wool itself is just absolutely stunning. But I made every single amateur mistake possible on that purse. After successfully making several other pocketbooks out of the blue with the most expensive wool I ever got, that's the one I screwed up. But, you have to know what you're doing to know how badly I screwed up. And also take a good look at it, which if I'm walking around carrying it, you're not going to see anything. But I know. So I learned a lot from that one project, and I'm eager to make it again, only the right way next time. So as I was saying earlier, I am glad that this little lantern is just for me, because it'd be embarrassing to give away to anybody. But once I get all of this needle felted in, I can do the hot water bath, shrink it up a bit, and re-stretch it and see how good a job I did of adding strength to this side. This dangerous item is for covering larger areas, needle felt in larger areas. So women don't need guns. We can look around the house and we can find 1,000 dangerous weapons. Do I have any of the spinning left? I do. Since we're needling anyway. So how was Ree this Saturday? How is your weather? Oh, you can ride a bike? I shouldn't act surprised. Most people can. I'm not one of them. I know how, it's just too painful. I gave that up years and years ago. But I can relate to it. Unless I am more of a walker or a kayaker. And I do miss kayaking a lot. But I also miss walking around in nature with my dogs. Do I take a day off? All my days are days off. I just don't have a kayak anymore. But even if I did, I wouldn't have a way to get it in the water. I used to carry it on the roof of my car, but I don't have a car anymore. And when I became one of those people with insecure housing, I couldn't go place to place with a kayak because there was no storage for it. So it's one of those things that I have to leave in my past, but the memories and the feelings are still there. And occasionally I come across a photograph. One of my favorites that I saved as a screensaver was actually on a gorgeous blue sky, white puffy cloud day on the water with autumn leaves being reflected in the still water. Oh, such gorgeous days I've had. So, although I can't enjoy that right now in the physical, it's very firmly implanted in my heart. So I go back there now and then. Just not long enough for me to get like melancholy over it because it's crazy. Now I am taking a whole day away in October when Maureen and I go to the annual Sheep and Wool Festival in Rhinebeck, New York. I am so excited. It's a 3-hour bus ride each way. So although it is a very long day, with 6 hours of it being sitting on my ass, yeah, I'm sure I can recover. As long as I stay hydrated. And I'll be sure to have a gummy on hand, or two, depending on how long it is, to help me stay in my seat. Now today, my my big setback was not getting the right size glass cover for my new Lenovo pad. So I put it on and had to take it off and arrange for a return. So not my favorite way to start the weekend, but all will be well. I ordered the correct one. And we'll just another little delay. But I always feel like there's a reason when there's a delay, so I don't let myself get frustrated anymore. It's like getting upset because it rains. It's like, well, of course it rains. Just because it happened to rain on a day you were hoping it wouldn't doesn't mean you're cursed. Just get out the umbrella. So the front of this is wet felted, the back of it is needle felted, the middle of it is God only knows what. I'm going to put a little bit more up here because it doesn't look homogeneous. At least it stays, at first. So, yeah. Just lay there for a minute. Wool on the wool. It sticks nicely. Take another. I'll pinch it around. So this is going to be an exciting week. I finally am getting in to see a doctor for my left ear. I had wax removed like back in March, but I got water behind the eardrum, which is supposed to drain or evaporate eventually, and it's been till now, there's still nothing moving. So I decided it was time to see an expert. We'll go there. Ree, do you ever take road trips up this way? Like for the autumn seasonal color change or things like that? Do you still have family up here? So do you have family up here that you want to see? I can't read. I have to wait until you make the next thing. I still have nieces and nephews there in Plains, my Dover. Is that New York? Massachusetts? Well, for me, it was a 50-year break when I went back. It was the first time in 50 years. And unfortunately, I could only stay a couple days. And that was a few years ago. Matter of fact, it was in August, the blue moon, blue full moon. And it rained on the morning that I was going to go out. I went out. And it was beautiful. Well, my trip in October is going to be Rhinebeck. So it's not like going into the city at all. It's more like one of the, like Katona or little quaint places. I believe I haven't been there either in a million years. In fact, the last time I was around that area was when I was selling my eggs. And I had reps in LA for my wisecracks, but I was also doing these little carved eggs that I didn't do in mass quantities. I did no more than a dozen at a time because it's obnoxious doing the same design over and over. So here and there, I sold, you know, a dozen of this design, a dozen of that. A dozen of my windows on the world, little inlaid windows. We're in a little shop in Katona, New York. It was a cute town. But I didn't see very much because I was there on business. And I didn't have much time for just looking around, unfortunately. All right, let's see how we did. Showed it there, but this helps. The needle that binds. It is kind of like sewing, except you don't have to thread the needle because all the thread's already laid down and you're just pushing it down, entangling it as you're pulling it, the needle back out and doing it again and again. So it's interesting. And then when you go to lift something off, you can see each needle point is like a stitch. You can see it coming apart like a stitch that you're pulling out. If I keep like poking at one spot, it'll just continue to push all those hairs through it and it'll come out the other side. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit trickier this time because I just used it for filtering. Maybe not too bad. There we go. Uh-oh. There we go. You can see where a little pink all came through. Now, if I wanted to make that really finished, I could take my little lint collector and take all that off. But it's not going to be noticeable after this gets hit with hot water. But now to make this stand up better, I'll have to starch it. So that'll just be a rosy colored light in my room after I get this finished. So that's gonna go get soaked. And here we've got this one now. Here is where I put some orange merino in with the yellow, but I was keeping it thin so more light could come through it, but I screwed up by making it too thin. The merino's already so thin on its own, I shouldn't have done any more than that. Again, I should have used a yellow Corriedale or some other. Oh, you don't like this towel as much as the other ones, huh? No, it doesn't like felting on that towel. Different density. All right. I've got another spot right there. It's really thin. So the next question is it worth all the repairs? Well, we're gonna find out. It is for that pink one because I just wanted that for my bedroom. So, yeah, look at that. That's a big hole. Unacceptable. Because this one was going to be a prize on the bingo table. It might still be. I hate to waste things. Don't be getting so attached. Let's put a thin window. Good girl. Oh, yeah. I'm dubious at best. Oops. Now that was a close call. All right, need to stuff you a little bit more. Now I can't felt very much directly on the top because there's nothing underneath there to support it. That's what we're adding to the outside here. It's like, oh, you don't exist. You're an imaginary spot. With hello. Well, you don't have to go very deep when you're doing this. It's really just, but I made a mess of this to start with, and now it's taking 3 times the mess to correct it. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Fitting it very well, is it? All right. Aloha. It's a little forgiving. Manal, hello, darling. Oh, I'm going to show you. Stamp it like it owes you money. I have just walked away from those kinds of situations and don't think about them anymore. Okay, this is just not going to work right without me covering up the white, which ruins the effect, which means this is a fail. I will put it in hot water anyway and see if it does the kind of shrinking I like. Okay, so this, I had it too thin when I was stretching it. So I went ahead and needle felted a whole bunch more of the pink on, which is obvious because the color doesn't match the rest of it quite, because this is not felted yet, so it's lighter, you know, more light coming through the loose fibers. And that is the color it's supposed to be. But since I made this for myself specifically, so I would have these pinks glowing because it looks so beautiful at night. It's very relaxing to have a pink light for bedtime. It kind of like balances out all the blue of electronics. After I do this in hot water, it's going to shrink up a bit, and hopefully this will be more of what I want. But I blew it from the start. This needed to be done with a layer of bulky yarn, bulky wool rather. So I could have used Corriedale in a matching color, or use white core batting, and I do have the white, so I can do it again, but this time I'll do it right, because this is so delicate. It's so thin a wool because it's meant to drape, you know, like luxuriously, and a vessel needs to be able to stand up. So that's not the first time I've screwed up that way. You think I would have learned this already? The world does need more pink light. It's like chill out people color. So I am so glad that I bought this and this from the same seller, by the way. So one is the pale salmon, and this is the regular salmon. And I guess that's a good name for it. If you look at a Crayola coloring box, then that's pretty much salmon. Yes, I love this stuff. But remembering some of the lessons from here to there sometimes is a challenge for me. You think I already had it down. I still screw up. But like I said, if you're watching this channel, it's because you like me. Not because I'm teaching you felting. Thank you. See, I was on Twitch for several years. That's where Manal and I first met. But Twitch is owned by Jeff Bezos, and although, well, now I can't do it anyway, but I was making money on that channel because people tipped me or donated for my art supplies because all I did was art. But now I signed an agreement not to make money from my apartment. So I can't take money. I found the only way to get paid for my stuff so I can buy more wool is a gift certificate to Etsy. An Etsy gift certificate, I can go there and use a couple of my favorite wool people. But that's the only, I can't have money. So I left Twitch. First I left because of Bezos. I don't want to make him money because they get 50% of whatever you earn. So I didn't want to do that. And then I had a contract that changed this year, so it worked out. Oh, thank you. Oh yes, for those who don't know, brain, what is brain? It is from a Star Trek episode called Spock's Brain. I think that's the title that we're used to referring to it as Spock's Brain episode. But I don't remember the real name. Is that what that episode is called? When Spock's brain is removed to run a civilization? Or is that the one that if I touch the sky, the world is hollow and I've touched the sky or something like that? I don't know. I love Star Trek, and I used to own all of the episodes on VHS tapes. Yeah, that's long gone. I covered an entire door with those tapes. Okay, so this was my luck today. The glass cover for my new Lenovo pad was the wrong one because although technically it was supposed to be the right one, the one I have is the new version of Lenovo pad, which is just 1/10 of an inch difference, and that meant that my glass didn't fit. But on the bright side, I will get a refund because I'm bringing it back. But I got this. This is my favorite material for templates in wet felter. Got my breast. What? Just keep massaging with oil. Coconut oil, olive oil. You just massage that and you will not have a scar. How did they manage to do that? Dang. They made you bleed in tweezing your eyebrows? Did you punch them? I have some black seed. I've never used it because after I bought it, just to make sure I had a variety of things to grow, it turned out, oh, this was an expensive seed that you don't need. At least not now. I wonder. Oh, threading, huh? I didn't know you could get hurt from that. I thought that was like one of the safest ways of doing that. I haven't had it done, but I wanted to have it done. I always did my own eyebrows, but now that now that I got my eyes fixed, but I got the acrylic lenses after what they do? Cataract surgery. That's what I had. It changed my depth of vision. It changed my focal point. And now I can't see my face. I mean, I'm serious. Without my glasses, I can't really see my face. I have to go so far back from the mirror to bring things into focus, but it's too far away for detail work. Can't see little hairs. So I hate that I had my eyes done. Oh, that's why I got it. I knew there was a good reason to buy it, but then after I got it, I couldn't remember what that good reason was. And some stuff, you don't need to eat, but you can use them outside. So my skin needs all of the help it can get because of being on the hydroxyurea, which affects the skin very much. Okay, so I got this really nice piece, but it's got a seam, which means it's going to break apart unless I tape it. If I tape it, the water is going to affect it when I do the wet felting. So I'm thinking, what can I make with just this size? I could make another circle or another little vessel. I could make a bag. Oh, that's just because the camera is, for some reason, extremely kind to me. I have the same condition that my grandpa and later my mother had. So yeah, my mother's side of the family is long-lived, but covered in these dots. So I never liked them, and the older I get, the more I get of them. So I'm trying not to have an attitude about it because I don't want to manifest more. But I was thinking about designing something like a scarf, a big scarf that matches my skin tone and is just covered with the same kinds of brown spots and lumps. And so when I'm wearing that, you can't tell the difference between my skin and what I'm wearing over it. I thought that would be popular for all of we women who suffer with the same issue. Because I know I'm not alone, because I saw mention of this. There was a way of removing them safely from home, like with some people were saying applying mineral oil every day, some were applying peroxide every day, something else they were putting on there every day. It's like, how much I'll have to soak in that stuff, okay? I may as well just learn to live with it. I mean, I'm 72. It's not going to change. It's only going to get more abundant. And then I saw so many other comments from women who hate themselves. They hate their bodies because of that. It's like, oh no, I don't hate myself or my body because of it. It's just one of those features I'd rather be able to change for the better or eliminate. Oh, are they? A friend of mine did that too. She also got lip liner tapped, and it's like, I would love to. She also got eyeliner. Just it looks totally natural. She went just for her natural colors. And the lip I especially could relate to. It's like my lips are gone. I know that's also a hydroxyurea issue. Lives in the collagen is part of, all the chemo just destroys your skin. Yeah, skin, nails, hair, thins out, falls out, does all the fun stuff we don't like. So there's some stuff you just learn to live with. But other stuff, I was terrified of getting the tattoos. My fear of needles when I flinch, all I could think of is I'll have them do a lip liner and I'll flinch. And I will have a color somewhere, a dot that I don't want, and I'll see that for the rest of my life and be annoyed. So, yeah, I've just avoided that. Yes, you can. Yeah, yeah. Um, I'm really glad they do that because I have, well, not now, but I used to have an alopecia problem. When I would get overly stressed, my hair would fall out. Like at the worst case, I had 5 bald spots on my head the size of silver dollars. And luckily, I wore a hat all the time, but then I thought the hat was doing it. But then I went to a dermatologist, like, what is going on? This is not something that runs in my family. Never heard of it. Why am I losing all my hair? My hat is now going down too low on my head, kind of thing. And I'm an entertainer. I have to look good. I didn't think about the wigs at the time, but it was nerve-wracking. And the dermatologist said, "You are so stressed. Your scalp is so tight. Uh, you have too much anxiety. You're pushing the hair out the top." I'm like, what? So I immediately went into therapy to find out why I'm losing my hair. That's what I that's what I fear. I'm I'm so sensitive anyway. I hate needles so much. I have to train myself to get used to my Repat or whatever that drug is I'm now taking. I have to inject myself every 2 weeks. My first, I just barely succeeded. The pain was enough that made me yank that thing off me before it gave the last drop of medicine. Repatha, that's the name of it. They say after the third time you get the hang of it and it's not so bad. I guess your brain starts to know what to expect in terms of the pain. I have never gotten used to needles. I mean, they've destroyed my veins in taking so much blood over the last decade plus, but nevertheless, I still flinch. And you don't want to flinch when they're putting color on you. Now, I can see the eyebrows being easier to handle because, after all, if we grew up tweezing our eyebrows in the first place, we kind of desensitize the area a bit. But eyelashes, I've got some permanent eyelashes gone. They just never grow back. So, yeah, you want to be careful what you remove from your face. The older you get, the less you want to remove things from your face. Other than, I got the old lady hair. Now, I have to tell you that my old friend was bitching about the hair on her chin, a single hair. It just kept coming back, a big, hard hair right out of her chinny chin chin. And I thought it was freaking hilarious because, like, why are you making such a big deal about it? Just pluck it, right? Not that big a deal. And it's big enough you can feel it. You can just about pull it out with your hand. And she was, but it was a big deal to her. And then finally it happened to me. I got my chinny chin chin hair, and I was astonished at how much it felt like a piece of wire sticking out. But I took my own advice. I just pulled it out, and I don't know, for some reason, after a while, it just stopped coming back in. She actually went and had surgery to remove the pore or follicle. So it's not that important to me to get surgery done. So, give me the tweezers. It's faster. Now, I think it'd be wonderful. My youngest sister Judy overplucked her hair when she was a teenager and it never grew back. She was always, actually, I think both of my youngest sisters have done that to themselves because of their search for perfect beauty or something. But they did end up removing, and it had nothing to do with illness. Um, they definitely did it to themselves. And the youngest one, Honestly, I put my makeup on in 10 minutes if I put makeup on. An hour, a solid hour. Both of them just spend a solid hour putting on their makeup as if they're going to a prom or something and posing for pictures. And that's every day. But I understand, like, drawing your eyebrows on is not easy. It's really hard to get them symmetrical. You know, our faces aren't symmetrical to begin with, so it's even trickier because you try to make them symmetrical and they're going to look even weirder, right? Well, I think it's great that you had that done. And I have to say, my friend Annie looks fabulous. That picture that you were messing with, Doc, earlier, yeah, we're gonna make a purse with this, but not today. Today is a small project. We're gonna do something like this. Only this time we're gonna use the right wool. You were the wrong right wool, but it'll be nice. Yeah, I don't know if I could train myself. I don't know how Annie did not flinch, but she did. She looks great. She looks great. And because it's ink, it's forever. So, you know, I really wish I could tolerate that. But now with this, with the medicine I'm on and everything, it's really stupid to get a tattoo of any kind. Ah, a shot of tequila. You know what? At this point, it would knock me on my ass, which would not hurt if I was going to get that done. But that's not a bad idea. I didn't think about that. You can get yourself to a point where you don't feel as much pain, and alcohol is definitely a way to go for that. It's how many sailors have so many sailors ended up tatted, and they come back and go, "What the hell did I do last night?" Yet nobody's are symmetrical. If you look at your face divided, one half is going to look softer and one is going to look sharper, like harder. Like if you wanted to draw your own good and evil side as a cartoon experiment, divide your face and then duplicate it so it is symmetrical, and you'll see that it's not natural looking at all. And you look like two different people. You're going to look like yourself when you see that. It's a cool experiment if you ever want to mess with your own photos. Have you done that, Doc? Doc's our photo master. Okay, this time because we are using a core wool, I'm going to be able to use the bubbly side. And let me get the core wool before I blow it right from the start. Oh, yes, here we go. Now, I'm going to go with white for two reasons. One, it's my cheapest wool. It is specifically a core wool, meaning it's going to get bulky. And since I'm going to be covering it with blues, I don't need to put another blue under it. Now, this is the stuff I got from China that stunk so bad. It was months before I could use it. I hung it on top of and all over my canvas, the giant one, so it would have the ability to air out. And it's done a very good job of airing out, but as soon as it gets wet, oh yes, you remember. And it is genuine wool, and it is beautiful, and I did get at least a partial refund for this. And I was ready to throw it away, but you know, I just can't waste material. A lot of people had to work to make this, no matter how it ended up stinking. So, why waste it, right? I aired it out with the hopes that it would be workable, and it did get workable. Okay, so we have this just basic core white. Again, we're making a lantern to replace the one I screwed up. And this beautiful new merino I got, we're going to go ahead and use some of this. Now this is just going to be for, we're going to put this back in here. I'm going to save that, we don't have a whole lot of it. This is just going to be for the decorative outside part, because it's too thin to land on its own. But over the white, it'll let plenty of light through, but this time it's going to be sturdy and we'll get some good chunkiness out of it. And let's see. Oh, yes, yes. I'm going to get a little bit of this. Oh, yes. I take this out. I feel like Gollum and my precious. But this is the wrong blue. That won't do. Okay, we can't use my precious. All right, we have to come up with more precious. Hold on. And next month, I am getting more of this in different colors. I want an excuse to have to buy a few more of these suitcases. Well, all this absolutely mind-blowingly beautiful, soft as a bunny, softer than a bunny, fiber. You should try it. Everybody, you'll see a side of yourself you're not expecting. It's what's so cool about us. We're not one person, we're two, three, more. We're a conglomeration of everything that's come before us. But go ahead, take a picture of yourself and divide it right down the middle. And then you want to look at each one of those halves of a face, mirror imaged. Like hold a mirror up to it. Or you can even do it in a mirror with another mirror. You can hold it next to yourself and cut off half of your face. You do not look like the same person. It's really an interesting experiment, which I like. Now, I happen to have a white heart here. That's white. What else goes with that? Oh, this goes. Okay, we're going to use some blue viscose. Anything else? Is there any blue silk in here? No. Just a stupid wool neps. I do not like working with them. So unreliable. All right, what do we have here? Oh, this is only here so I can make a new one. This has too many creases in it. And as it gets worked under the fibers, it starts to crack and make little sharp points that then come through the wool, which we definitely don't want. Should we try the gold again? I have a little of this gold left. Ooh. Now, all of these extra fibers, they don't actually felt. You have to put a little wool over them to hold them down, make it look like they're felted in. So, I mean, it does become part of the fabric, but it's not the same as a fully felted wool. Okay, so let's, we're still missing a template. This is too big. Let's see. I wanted to make a really, really little one. And I forget what I did wrong, but I ended up with something about twice as big as I really wanted it, which was unexpected because the way everything shrinks. Okay, that's a reasonable enough size, I think. I'm going to go with that. All right, we've got this gorgeous blue. We've got this. We've got the gold. Now we need something. We need some contrast. Ooh. Dark blue. Oh, we got a good amount of it. Okay. Now the white is what we finish with, so they'll be working from the inside out. So we can work this a lot harder. You can't do it with your fingers on it. You have to do it through the wool. So let's go with the decorations first. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Oh, okay. I haven't looked at my email today. I don't have any silver. There is something I want to buy though, called, I'll think of it in a second. It's a fiber, a synthetic fiber, not Tencel. Angelina. Angelina. I want to get gold and silver Angelina, and one of my favorite suppliers had silver, but the wrong gold. They had an iris gold, which is a little bit greenish, and it's beautiful, but it's not what I want. There is a real gold Angelina that I want to get. Okay, my darling. Sweet dreams be yours, dear, if dreams there be. I'm sure Charlie won't mind me singing to you. I'll see you soon, my love. Rest well. Minal is one of the most sensitive, amazing writers I have read in a very long time. And I have read nothing of hers that doesn't impress the shit out of me. So I'm glad that she's posting it somewhere. Her own culture is not supportive of women. Okay, so we're going to save this little lump to the other side, since we work one side at a time. I'm not trying to make any particular pattern with this time. I really wanted to just kind of wildly do its own thing. And we're going to split the gold in half too. So again, half for each side. The joy in this stuff is just seeing how it interacts with everything else. It just does its own thing, and you get so much interesting texture. Oh, that's an orange. Come back, tweezers. Ah, that's why. It is gold over an orange, so it's both in there, and I'm going to put you back in because of that. There you go. You are for the other side. Wait a second, that's the wrong thing. That's this one. How did it end up in here? Hmm. Let's try again. Let's get rid of some of these annoying nips because they get into everything. Now, initially when these came in, I really was excited. Like, I watched people using them online. But that is so cool. Look at all that extra texture and little dots. And I did use some. And it's just they don't felt either because these are already fully felted just from all of the agitation. This is what's left coming off the combs when you are combing things into beautiful skeins. This is the byproduct of that. And clever felters found a way to add texture to their products. But the only way I was able to make this stick to that purse I made with the red eyebrow was by putting wool over it and making it stay, like making a little net to hold it on. And if I have to do that all the time, I'm just not going to be happy. So in the garbage it goes today. And let's go back to this. This beautiful stuff is bamboo. With, say, neps stuck to it. Let's de-nip you. Yes, you're so cute in the garbage. Okay, let's get this back out here. Now, I haven't decided if I'm going to be making the hole in the center or at the top, but it won't matter because the way I'm going to build it, it could be either one of the five. Now, bamboo, it feels just like silk. It looks like silk. It is not, but it is beautiful. And delicate. Okay. And now all of that at once. in a clap reading. We're going to be filling in. I'm just trying to get some of this down to hold those threads in place before I accidentally breathe too hard on them. I think that you attracted it. I told you, whatever is in your head, whatever you're vibrating is going to attract a match. Even the ones you don't want. You don't have to interact, but the universe is delivering. That's why focus matters so much, honey. It's expectations included, right? You know the universe is delivering. You have been witnessing this now, and you're just continually needing to convince yourself that the universe is really delivering what you are accidentally ordering, as well as intentionally ordering. As I said, if you want to hear from somebody, think about them for a few minutes. And that's without the help of AI. AI is mostly being used, aside from spying on us, it's being used to advertise to us. That's why it wants access and got access to our chats and our texts, our email. All that stuff is monitored by AI. And it's all shared, not all to spy, but to target you. You'll see it in the algorithms. Like, we can just sit here and talk about stuff without looking anything up specifically, but we're going to see echoes of our conversation in videos that pop up, ads that pop up. You might find yourself going, I was just talking about that. Like, yeah, you were. We're talking about it to one person and the entire world at the same time. Yeah, I would say this is a test. I would delete it. Look, I feel the same way about one of my sisters. We don't pick our relatives. Our relatives give us our very first challenges, not just support, but our first challenges, our first battles come through family. Because it's whatever's closest to you, right? So you didn't pick your sister in the broad sense, other than we all agreed to come here to this time and place. If that wasn't specifically for you or me or anybody else, then other than the people that they are going to interact with, intentionally. Family is the accidental, mostly. Although there's no real accidents. Everything is a cooperation. It's just not always obvious. Tell me. I love laughing. This morning I was laughing very hard at some of the news. Yeah, they're all flirting with you. They want you to do pictures of them, honey. They want, yeah. And if they were able to make it naked without it breaking the rules, you'd be seeing naked pictures on Facebook, right? I didn't say AI was smart. It's a collator of information that already exists. You have to tell it what to do. You've got to feed it information or it doesn't have any place to work from. Okay, first layer down. We'll definitely need to get more of this out. Now, of course, there are people who use the tools of AI, and some of them are brilliant. I love their output. It's very entertaining. But it's also just, from an artistic standpoint, it's gorgeous. I love that elderly fashion trend that some artists are doing because they have to write their own music. They've got to write their own songs, lyrics. They have to do all of it. Even with the help of AI, they still have to coach it through everything. So that does take some talent. It's not just repetition of commands. It's like people, their skills vary, right? When Glenn and I were learning Photoshop, I wasn't learning it because I planned on doing anything with it for financial gain. I wasn't doing any art through it. It was only time I used Photoshop actually was when I was designing my let's see, when I was working on a book cover, a poster, and for little printouts to advertise what I did so I could bring in some new customers. But the rest of it was for Glenn because he wanted to go from hand painting billboards into the office to design them on the computer. And they weren't going to give him a shot unless he knew how to use some of the programs. So that's when we invested in all that. My family invested on my husband's behalf. And we got those very expensive programs. Although at that time we were told to go with Corel, Illustrator and Corel Draw and all that stuff. But then after all that investment and time, it got switched to Photoshop, became the way everybody was working, plus a couple other programs for doing large formats. No, Facebook just lost a suit over how they are operating to get kids addicted to the Facebook algorithms. And yeah, they just lost a large multi-million dollar suit. In fact, that was one of the things I was laughing about this morning. Zip got caught. And other countries are going to all be joining this. Actually, they were first to get a grip on this stuff that's affecting the kids and basically making them exposed to predators, child predators. So they're all in trouble. Now that Musk and his Grok X that was taking clothes off children so they could look at nude pictures of children, even though they started out as clothed. AI, remove the clothes. Yeah, yeah, mesmerizing. Like I said, kids are glued to their phones. I get it. I get it. Right now, that's my most portable technology. If I was a 16-year-old, yeah, that would definitely be part of my daily getting ready to go to school or work thing. I would have my phone all the time. My God, the ability to talk to our friends in the middle of the night. Hell yeah. What teenager didn't do that? If they could. But of course, when I was a teenager, we didn't have our own phones unless you were rich. Okay, so we got 2 layers of this beautiful blue. Now we're going to go for the chunky white. I hope that now that I put it back in the bag, I'm hoping it didn't get all stinky again, or this next wetting process is going to be kind of gross. Watch the movie Looker. Why? Is it going to be something that upsets me? You know, I avoid a whole bunch of genres because I don't feel it's good for my brain. I do not watch horror. I do not watch drama anymore. No dramas. I'm totally a no drama llama. I figure life offers enough of that crap. Why bring it in voluntarily? My brain has enough to haunt me the rest of my life without having to dig up somebody else's fantasies. Hero wins in the end. Well, that is a must. I will not watch anything without a happy ending. I was watching some cute stuff today. That's one of the ways I deal with anxiety and stress. um, I don't even know how it ended up in my algorithm. I must have watched something on a comedian's late night channel, and Tom Holland and Zendaya. I have never felt so much joy watching another couple just be a couple. They are so sweet. They're so in love and supportive of each other. Um, I have the kind of relationship that I wish on everybody, where you are with your best friend and you laugh and you make each other laugh all the time. Well, as much as you can. But they've been together for years, working together, developing their friendship. And yeah, they're a mutual admiration society unto themselves. I just enjoyed watching them interact today. I think it's old clips, just every once in a while you get one of these weird videos that puts together interview bits and all that. And honestly, the only thing I've seen Tom Holland in, aside from those clips, are guests on something I'm incidentally watching. Was he the first Spider-Man? Was he the first Peter Parker? I don't know. I think I've seen him as, well, I saw somebody as Spider-Man, the first Spider-Man movie, and that's the only Spider-Man movie I've seen, the first one. So, like, I'm way behind. I don't want too much of that Nova. All right, so we're doing 4 layers for this. 2 blue, 2 white. We should get an outrageous amount of texture from this, which I'm really looking forward to seeing. See how short these hairs are? The length is referred to as a staple, long staple, short staple. This core material bulks up really fast. It's good for like if you're making, oh, like a little felted animal. The core of it would be this stuff. Make your circle, oval, whatever. And then you put your colors over it, like we're doing in reverse. I don't trust actors. Well, trust them for what? I don't have any personal interaction with any actors to trust with anything of mine or not. If you mean you don't trust that they're sincere because they're actors, I understand where you're coming from. But those two have such an innocent, long-standing joy about them. Their chemistry is just absolutely beautiful. He's so loving and protective of her. And she's the same way, for him. It's like, yep, I know those vibes. I have felt that for my men. Loving, protective. I hope hers lasts longer than mine did. Which is tough when you're in show business because of your traveling and the time you have to spend apart, the temptations, because if you're loyal, there's always some asshole who wants to test that. It seems to be like a hobby of some men and women. Like, oh yeah, he's faithful? Wait until I get a hold of him. It's like women thinking they can make a great guy straight by having sex with him. That's an old belief, I know because I've had gay men friends who have had women try to seduce them to make them not gay anymore. It's like, yeah, I know. It's their ultimate ego trip that somehow they're going to change you through a blowjob or something. It's like, yeah, you're dumb. Oh, yeah. I was like that. That was like, I thought of that in the Johnny Depp case against his ex-wife or ex-girlfriend. She did come across as pretty believable at first, and then I don't know, something about it was like you're full of shit, bitch. Which is not a nice thing to say, but because I do believe women when they say that they've been abused, and I'm not saying that they had a great or healthy relationship. I just got the sense that there's something wrong with that woman. I don't know exactly what it is, but she ain't right. So, you have to go with their intuition. But the bottom line is, we're not personally impacted by any of them. I mean, if I'm not the one in court, I don't care. It's not my life. It's not my business. And my opinions will not affect whatever else is going on. So that's a good place to remember. Just mind your own business because, we get over involved in everybody else's lives. But watching a couple of actors today being totally in love, whether they were acting or not, I don't believe they're acting just because of the amount of times they've been filmed together, candidly as well. That made me go, yeah, they're in love. They're in love. That's awesome. I love saying love. Okay, and I love seeing the supplies I need when I need them, like that. Okay, hey Gary, are you home? It's Saturday. You know what? That water is ice cold, and I want this to melt a little faster than that. I'm gonna go get a little hot water to pour in here. Give me a minute. Okay. I put the water on to boil, and I need to take a quick break, so I'm going to turn the sound off, and I'm going to put the song on, which I did not play to start. If you don't like the song, I'm sorry, but it will only be for 2 or so minutes, and I'll be right back. So give me a break. It's bathroom time and boiling water time, so. Oh, no, just undo that. Okay, mute.
Drop that cloak of self-protection. You won't need it to stay warm. You're so afraid of my affections. You could drown in your own storm. There's no need for reservation. No one else can see. After some examination, man, I think that you've got what I need. It's really alright. It's really alright. It's really alright if you don't love me. What's that look of consternation? I'm completely in control. So if you're thinking of evasion, there's something you should know. Well, I wouldn't say I own you, but you're a lover without liberty. Which would you rather face, that cold-hearted landscape or me? What's that look of consternation? I'm completely in control. So, if you're thinking of evasion, there's something you should know. Well, I wouldn't say I own you, but you're a lover without liberty. Which would you rather face, a cold-hearted landscape or me?
I couldn't hear it this time, so I was just watching the monitor. Okay, I feel better. And we have some really hot water to help warm up the cold water that was sitting here. And I added a little extra soap to make up for the extra water. Ooh, that's very warm. I hope it's not too warm. Let's go bunch up fast. So thank you for waiting for me. If you did, I appreciate it. I had coffee today. It usually means a feeling of urgency. It comes up within a couple of hours, and yeah, almost 2 hours on the nosy. Okay, we have the water through the whole thing. I have to make sure there's no air between the wool and the extra fibers we laid down, or it was definitely not felt. Now, normally I would sit here and take away any color that's not white on it. I'm not doing that this time because it's going to be the inside of the lamp and it's not going to be a significant amount of color to interfere with it being a lamp. Okay. You got to be very careful not to let this knit itself. See? All these black hairs. Okay, that's a big one. I think we will go ahead and take it out. Just because I am anal about this kind of thing, generally speaking, I'm just not going to go completely crazy. Coffee, you enjoy, man. If I do another cup now, I will be up until 3 in the morning. At least. It's just not a good thing for me to do. Not anymore. My body decided at some point it just is too much of a burden on the body. And I smell the wool. That's a disappointment, but not as bad as it was when we first got it. That was a nightmare. The chemical smell. Actually, it wasn't a chemical smell. It was more like is this goat urine or what? A nasty smell. It took so long for my place to air out. It was only my determination to find a way to use this and not waste what some poor animal gave up and suffered for. Okay, we ended up going way over there. This is definitely going to change things. Nope, it's not going to work. All right. How do I want to do this? This is our biggest. All right. That's going to be the weak spot right there. And I don't want that. So we're going to have to make this the bottom of the vessel. We're going to cut it on top instead of the center. And I want to lay down some more stuff here because this went so far off. Look at that. That's because the fibers themselves are not transparent and I couldn't see what I was doing exactly. But we know what to do. Hold up. Don't stick to me. Let's get some more. Oh. Don't be flying down there. No. I need you up here for a minute. All right. Time for part 2. Now, this is just going to be the other side of the vessel. And now I wish I could have another cup of coffee. I do love coffee. I've loved coffee since I was a little kid. But you won't advertise that because people can say, well, that's why you're so short. You've been drinking coffee since you were a kid. Yeah. Yeah, I have to find some more of this super fine gold silk, or say gold wrapped silk, gold dipped silk. I don't know how they get this gold, but it stays gold despite the water that's used in the project. So I'm really impressed by it. It was retrieved from saris that they were tearing up for fiber. I love the no waste idea. Or minimal waste idea. Okay, now let's get some more of this. Now, I got this stuff from a Living Felt. Living Felt is one of the best resources online for tutorials, hands-on kinds of lessons. They sell kits. They sell wool. I've made some purchases from them. The only reason they're not one of my main suppliers now is because the shipping from Texas is exorbitant compared to shipping from my other main supplier in Pennsylvania. What I'm hoping to do at this festival come October is locate more local suppliers, people who are in New York State and here, malt liquor. I'll take my coffee IV. There you go. You and Doc have that in common. And hot wings. You know, I tried malt liquor 45. Commercials were freaking hilarious. I tried that back in the 70s. Actually, that was the last time, first and last time. It wasn't bad, actually, but I'm not a beer drinker. But I did discover that I like malt liquor better than regular beer. Or did. I don't drink. I haven't drunk in years. But my number one preference has always been hard liquor. Like straight to the brandy or, when I can afford it, good cognac. My last bottle of cognac was a birthday present to myself. It was, I think, $57 for a bottle. I got that. Of course, it lasted over a year, but I was worth it. Well, I'm still worth it. I just don't drink anymore. Okay, we need to get more glue. Okay, you can see how much longer that is. That is the staple length of merino. Merino is like 2-3 inches long, I believe. Sometimes I swear it's longer. What's the taste in it? Oh, I frequently drink for the purpose of being deeply inebriated. I used to love alcohol. Not very, I still love alcohol. It just is incompatible with my better health at this stage of my life. I still have a bottle of Pinot Grigio Yellowtail, amazingly delicious wine, if you like that kind of wine. I got it for cooking, but it's so delicious that every time I do cook with it, I take a couple sips because it is delicious. Nevertheless, it's not something I can sit down and have a glass of. I have one of those little nips of Harvey, not Harvey's Bristol cream. That is sweet. That's like liquid raisins. What is it? What's that one with the cream base? Bailey's. Bailey's Irish cream. That's the other one. I'll take a little teeny sip off it, and I'm so sensitive to alcohol anymore, I feel it. I also feel like you don't want to finish this because you might not feel so great after. But oh yeah, I love booze for flavor. Also, I miss the buzz. I mean, we used to be able to get a really good buzz, and you get older and it's not as good a buzz. Like I mean, how many people our age get the giggles after a drink? I had a drink about 10 years ago. It was unexpectedly strong, and I became unexpectedly drunk. Actually, that happened twice. Once on my birthday, having dinner out and a drink, and they made me a very strong Bloody Mary. It was so strong, I was able to forget that that was a piece of ice cold bacon sticking out of it, which I ended up being drunk enough to eat. Also, I was really hungry and dinner was taking forever because my birthday's a holiday. And the other time was another accident. They ruined the drink I wanted, which was supposed to be served like a little cocktail, like a martini glass, a brandy Alexander. Instead, I got it in this giant giant like a water glass full of ice cubes, and they filled it all the way up. It was more like a brown cow or a chocolate mule or whatever. Forget what those drinks were called when they're mostly milk. Well, they had plenty of booze in it, and I drank that. And oh my God, I was like giggly and trippy in the parking lot. I was so glad I didn't have to drive. It was weird to be that easily affected after typically winning and holding a pool table under the influence of 5 shots of brandy. Like those days are long gone. Oh, I used to get like that all the time. Well, no, I can't really say that. I was very conservative. When I wanted to get a really good buzz, I made sure I didn't have any responsibilities that I needed to attend to, you know, like the litter box was clean, my cats were fed. I didn't have to worry about work the next day, and then I didn't mind. But I had very good resistance, so I could really the time went on, have a good time, but not get sloppy. It took a lot of booze to get me to that point. But you're young, you know, you got the liver. You can do a lot. My thing, well, so I didn't have a thing when it came to bars because the only time I was ever in a bar was when I was either working. Well, that was it. When I was working, that was the only time I was in a bar. I was either behind the bar or entertainment at the bar. I did not drink during my shifts, and I didn't drink when I was performing, except for a couple of places that were so rowdy. I drank just so that I could forget where I was to some degree. Not every gig that pays is as fun as you want. Sometimes they're just obnoxious because so many people are so loaded. And in those cases, I did get a buzz on, but not so much that I couldn't pack up my equipment and drive myself home. Those things matter when you're in charge. But later on, I did get into, after my back surgery, actually, 1977, that was when I started really hanging out in a bar because it was the only thing around. I lived so far out in the country. Literally, the only entertainment was a bar. A bar that's also served some food and had a foosball table and 3 pool tables. It's, you know, you could listen to a jukebox, and it was a place that, like Cheers, everybody knew you. So in general, you were safe. But that was when I was able to drink a little bit more heavily than normal and shoot a bunch of pool. That was what I did to recover after my back surgery. I shot pool in a full body cast, which people thought was amusing, unless they came up against me. Who hasn't been drunk at some point in their life? Well, we don't have what of that here. We don't have any of that here. No bars with pool tables, no place to hang out with other people where they serve alcohol. Okay, let's see, this is going to be the bottom, right? Right. Oh, no, wait a minute. Where did you go? Oh my God, there it is. This is the bottom. Now, we're going to have to bring that in a little more tightly. Or it's going to felt to itself and stay closed when I try to get this cut out. I hear you. So I no longer have cognac in the house. And aside from a cup, well, one nip in the refrigerator and my remaining bottle of wine that I need to use because I found out that Pinot Grigio goes bad. It's made with fresh fruits. It's kind of supposed to be a fresh tasting wine, you know, light, crisp, fruity. And because of that, it just loses its flavor after a couple of years. And I have become used to carrying things over for years, multiple years. So I do need to use it. I really don't cook that much with booze or wine, you know, any alcohol. Maybe I'll do that tonight. I've got a couple of chicken thighs defrosting for dinner. And I could like, okay, this is going to end up being an interesting shape. I haven't tried doing this before. It might work, it might be a mess, but you don't know until you try. Anyway, what booze I do have is in an extremely inconvenient place in my pantry. It's work to get it out. Hence I'm in no rush, but it's really the remains of my medicine making days when I needed to make tinctures. And I have a machine for making tinctures and butters. So I also happen to have a bottle of Everclear and some vodka. I need more of the bulky stuff. Just like leftovers from other times, like when I used to like to put cream de cocoa or Kahlua into my coffee or hot cocoa. Let me see, I might not need any more of this. So chunky. Yeah, we do need some of this folding over the top. So when I stretch this, I don't have to worry about breaking this seam. Okay, let's put all that stuff down. I want this bottom to be on the thick side so we get some stability. It's going to be, if I'm predicting this correctly, it's going to be kind of a squared off vessel. Okay, so this makes the fourth layer. Here. On the edges, batten down the hatches, more over there. And over here. Over there. I'd hate for this to have a weak spot after all this. All right. Well, thank the God at this time. We're going to find out. You need you again. Here be going. Okay. Oh, I love pasta with vodka sauce. I like the spicy vodka sauce. That's my favorite. Ah, no. You didn't just do that. Yes, I did. Okay. Don't cuss, don't cry. Let's see if I can put this back. That was very, very foolish of me to try that so quickly. Back, back. Fortunately, this is exactly how fast this stuff melts. Look at that. Right there. Folded it right up. Made a hole. And now I have to get the wool out again. Bad, Adrienne, bad. Setting a bad example for you guys. You didn't see this. It didn't happen. Don't follow. Don't do what I just did. Yanking that thing up prematurely as if it was already a good done deal. We will get more wool and repair this. This is gonna go under the
Do you believe you did that?
heading. Yes, you did it. A full-on amateur move. You think you get better with time. No, sometimes you just get faster, but sometimes it's too fast. Well, I did say I wanted it to be thick, and it's definitely going to be thick now. Thicker than others. Let's get this right. On the good side, when it's wet, you can see how thick it is because you can see the color from underneath it. You can see if you have a hole or the equivalent of a hole. Like right there. I'm going to get you back down. And over there. And you, I don't even know where you're from now. Holy Hannah. I think we're supposed to wrap around that way. Well, this is going to be really interesting now because the texture and the shrinkage is reliant on not only the number of layers that you put in, but how you have them crisscrossed. So now that I screwed up my work, let's try doing it the right way and see if we can come back from the moment of stupidity. This could be retitled How to Be an Amateur. How to start over and over and over, as if you've never done it before. Oh, don't do that. That's even more amateur. Okay. The other amateur thing is don't touch any wool with wet hands until you're ready to felt it, because you see how fast that felted. I mean, literally just a couple of swipes and we got it. Unfortunately, it didn't felt together, and that's how I pulled up 2 layers out of 3. So we're going to try that again, but a little bit smarter this time, I hope. Yes. Okay, so after that duh, we have to make another risky move. To bring this back up. Over here, over here. Over the sides, thank you. It's going to be very different. Well, I do like surprises sometimes. And we will follow the basic principles. Hello, see, I can see through here, so I think I'm going to throw that excess on there. Let's do this whole thing. Looks like we want to go this way. This will make it more opaque right there. This time, still see the dark blue right there. Come back over here. We overdid that. Now, for a while, it's kind of like clay, where you can smooth it out and get those fibers to kind of work together. As long as you don't get too crazy, like I have. Now, the one that's like clay is not the merino. It's just bulky stuff with a short staple. I noticed that this becomes more like clay when you're working with it until it becomes fabric. So let's just get our angles right here. Now we'll start sucking up some of this excess water on the double and oh, the double entendre. Oh, I missed it. Okay. Okay, this is definitely going to have a shape different than originally intended. So I'm looking forward to seeing what mess I made. And, well, what it looks like afterward. Sure, Tyler. I used to use Shure microphones. All right, we need to get some more of the water out of this. I wish I was still drinking. I could make that my excuse for what I just did. Oh, I was smashed. That's not an example of my art, my craftsmanship. It's an example of too much brandy. Alas, I have no excuse other than rushing into the next step without thinking. Okay, it's time to squeeze. Not too harshly though. It's still a baby. Lots of extra water today. And voila. No, it's not done. See, not felted, no. Part of it might not felt well because I screwed up. I'm hoping I put enough wool on top of it to make it work. We won't know until the end though. When I remove the resist and turn it inside out. On the other hand, what I screwed up is the inside, not the outside. The inside, no, just plain white. The outside, it has all the colors and exotic fibers. Okay, definitely bulking up. That's what I want to feel, because I'm going to cut the thinnest part after it has been felted, because I did intentionally already weight the bottom of it with excess. What the hell is that? Oh, it's this. It's on its own. Shaking the table, apparently. Knocked the tripod down. Now, the good thing about this coffee smell is it washes out, and because this is soaked with a splash of vinegar in the final rinse, it neutralizes whatever nastiness has come in on this wool. What I need is a sip of water, and my hands are too slippery to open the bottle. Okay, let's try this again. I'm gonna go around. Let's go with now this is thicker than most of my stuff except pocketbooks. When I'm making a purse, I want it to be strong enough to hold a bottle of water when I'm walking around without just giving way out the bottom. So I do use 4 to 5 layers of wool and 2 layers minimum of the white batting. Actually, batting's the wrong word. I guess you could. Cotton bats, not cotton, no, it's wool bats. Usually a bat is when you see this, like it's all laid out, like something you could stuff a pillow with, but also pull apart like I just did. What is it? It's core material. Okay. Now we will take away a little bit more of this water. We still need some of this to help it work together. Now, I can tell this is already felting just fine, but we don't know until the end how well we made all the extra fibers stick. And that's why we worked an extra long time. And I have to make sure we get all the water out of it or air out of it so that it's making contact with the wool, not just the plastic insert and template. Now you can tell when you're rubbing this, you can feel the roughness, you can feel the difference in the stuff that you use to give it strength and structure versus the very soft, gentle merino. Merino you have to handle very gently. This is like wool slippers, that kind of a roughness. But it's also what gives us that structural ability that merino lacks. Just picking out little bits of color that don't belong. Now, one of the things you see after a while is this white, shorter fiber will come up through the stuff behind it. That's why you want 2 layers of the merino. That'll reduce some of that. When I used white as the core and then did all those oranges and browns over it, it looked beautiful, but the white started to come up and it made it look more like a little bit fuzzy just because the white was climbing up through the merino. So it's something that needs to be taken into account when you're designing a piece. If I wanted this, but this is going to be a lamp, so I wanted white. But if I was just going to hold on to the blues, I would have used a light blue Corriedale instead of pure white. Or even a dark blue with the lighter blues over it. Yep, I just felt the loose hair right there. So, like I said, some of this, as soon as I hit it with water, it started felting. And when I flipped it over and took it off prematurely, I screwed up the way it was felting to itself. It'll hold together. It's just not going to be everything I was hoping it would be. So with all of the silk and bamboo, it should pull together and make some really cool textures, especially because the gold does not shrink at all. So we'll see it kind of curl up. Welcome back. I apologize in advance for what? On the double entendre that I completely missed. Oh well. Did you get coffee while you were gone? It's that time of day we can all use it. I see a message here somewhere. Oh, a heart from Doc. Use this side now. Sometimes I think it's my hair until I remember that I have a lot more white and silver hair now, and the long dark ones are not usually mine. It's just wool. Now we're seeing evidence of the shrinking, which I like, but also evidence of my not doing a good job. Like that right there, that's where I screwed up. Talk to my sister from Detroit. Oh, had the best sure. The only Shure SHUR I know is the Shure microphones I used to use. So I'm afraid I'm a little lost. Yeah, churches be pretty crazy anymore. They never should have gotten political. It's actually anti-church. They should not be politically involved. And that's funny, but your crazy sister-in-law texting and all. That had your urine prescription filled in because of runs in the gutter. Oh, I see. Well, I hope you enjoyed your gutter moment. I'm afraid I missed it because mine wasn't there. I haven't, I could join you in the gutter, but not likely. My gutter days are only in my mouth with my bad language. Like a bad parrot. I told somebody the other day about how my parakeet learned to talk, or rather cuss. It had nothing to do with me. Yeah. Staple. The word was staple. A long versus short staple. Never mind. Okay, we are getting good shrinkage. Now to turn it the other way. Oh, we can do here. Yep, it's starting to get a little harder to roll because it's starting to thicken up. This is how I do a wool test now. When I get stuff from overseas, I take a little pinch of the wool. If you get a pinch of wool wet and you make a little knot with it, if it's real wool, it's going to do this kind of a thing. It's going to stick together. And whether you wash it or not, it's never going to be loose fiber again. It's going to stay knitted together. That's real wool. When you get a synthetic and you do that, the minute it's dry, it just pops apart because there's nothing there to make it knit together. I've got a fiber under my fingernail of all places. I know how I did that. Yeah, that's a good idea that you keep those kinds of informative details to yourself. But I am glad that you're feeling better. Oh yeah, I've seen them down there in Florida. They're gorgeous and they're plentiful. Wild parrots. I actually saw some in Pasadena, California. I don't know how, I mean, they're not the same family, but yeah, in the right environment, they do as well as any other bird. As long as the climate agrees with them. Yes, better is a good thing. So how's your sister doing, Maui? This is almost fully felted now. We'll be cutting a hole in it very soon. I can't wait to see what chaos I wrought. All right, I think I'm going to give it the rough treatment, the bamboo sticks. Let's get the rest of this stuff out. Oh, lucky you. I have to see a doctor for my ear Wednesday, coming Wednesday. Finally. All right, let's see. I can throw those anywhere because I have to wash them and then hang them up in the bathroom to dry. So they're always clean. These are harder. These hold on to the fibers. They don't want to let go. All right. So the bamboo torture treatment felts things faster than I've ever seen. But it also will pull apart really fine fibers. So You can't use this on everything. But since we've got 2 layers, and plus on one side of the bulky core material, we'll see. Who what? Gary. Okay. As it's felting, some of these black hairs that don't belong and are not felting are easily taken off the top, which is a relief. A happy-go-lucky sister, that's good to hear. What? What are you asking? I said I'm going to finally see a doctor about my ear. Of course it's a good thing. All right, we're almost ready to cut this, and that's good because then I'm going to go. We will finish this up with the stuffing part tomorrow because after I turn this the right side out, I need to do the soak and all that. Who happy? His sister. His sister, she's happy. Go lucky. You have to scroll back and read that, honey. Okay, look at that. Wrinkling up nicely. I saw somebody do this to the point that it was like crunching. It was like this. It's like, are you kidding? What happened to the piece of plastic inside? Is it still there? You should talk to a happy-go-lucky person every week, Doc. It's good for the spirit. Okay. I think it is done. Then I can hang up this wet towel to dry. Can put this in the hot water vinegar soak in the kitchen sink. As soon as I'm sure which is the bottom. Because this feels nice and bulky right there. But I have this little extra bit right there, which I don't like. Oh my God. I'm gonna be so pissed with myself if I cut the wrong end. I know the corners are thicker because I folded them up. It must be here, because that made a nice neat corner. So I'm guessing the sloppy end is where I did it. They have to be booties somewhere on the island. I didn't say go look for booty. I said look for people that are joyful. But you have to remember, sweetie, you can only attract what you're feeling. That's why when you have lousy momentum, things keep sucking over and over. You don't get better until your head gets better. I don't mean like curative every issue. I just mean you got to learn to focus on things that make you happy. You have to make time to connect with the joyful feelings that life has to offer. However you do it, if you can't reach those vibes, you've got to remember that you're attracting your base point, your emotional set point. That's what we're always after to change through meditation, through watching silly, stupid, happy videos, by doing things that make us feel better. Yes, and that's also true. The pirate birdies. You have to, and you have to get into your head, all right? You're going to have to go into your imagination and pretend that you are just meeting someone that fulfills your dreams. And what does it feel like to meet that person? You have to feel something. It's the feeling that's attracting the experience. You want more joy? Practice being more joyful. You want to feel sexy to appeal to somebody? Then you have to feel it. Look, where's your head out when you go out? All right. That's the tell right there. When you go out to the grocery store, to the food pantry, to the beach, where's your head? What's your emotional set point at that point? Are you going out there with a smile on your face? Do you go out there expecting to have a good time, to meet people that are smiling back at the world? If you expect shit, that's exactly what you run into. If you expect good, you get more of that. When I leave the house, I leave it smiling. It doesn't mean I'm in a great mood every single day, although usually I'm in a pretty good mood. I practice it because I don't want to attract more crap into my life. I want to attract fun, nice people, people striving to improve their lives. There's no finished, nothing finishes here. It's always an ongoing thing. You know, I gave a class for 3.5 years, once a week, on positivity. And that didn't mean that every day I was going down, knowing the people who were going to be there, that I was in the best state of mind. Some of it was like, oh God, I'm going to deal with this again today because I know this person. Well, we had somebody that just wanted to invade the group and try to turn it into a therapy group, which it was not. And I had to deal with her every week until I got rid of her. I had to put my foot down with her. But before that, it was like, I don't want to have to deal with this. So I got in the habit, which continues, even though the group I ended after 3.5 years. I get in the elevator. I'm on the top floor. I have to get to the ground floor. And all the way down, I am talking to myself. I'm saying, all right, bring your best self to the table. Whatever is going on doesn't matter in the bigger picture. Just chill out. And by the time I get down to the ground floor, I feel stable, I feel grounded, I feel all right. Back in my heart, I'm ready to be whatever these people need me to be in this meeting. But I still do that when I go downstairs, whether I'm doing laundry and I'm exhausted or I'm going to the creative circle. I try to remember when I get in the elevator, it's like bring your best self to the table. And that table is life. So the table of life. So if I go shopping or the doctor, I go out there with that attitude that I am going to be the best I can be no matter what the world is. As a result, every single time I go, without exception, I have people smiling at me. I get compliments. I don't have to go fishing for compliments. People just offer them, like walking up to me in a store to say, I really love your hat, or I really love your outfit, or you just look so sunshiny today. I mean, I get weird kinds of things like that too. It just, you have to remember where it starts. It's you. The world will reflect you. And you're going to, if you go out there with a dismal tude, you're going to attract people who relate to that face. You know, look, you go out there with a bad attitude, you know it's coming. Yes, exactly what I'm talking about. You don't have to go out there with the idea you're going to date everybody or everyone's going to be attracted to you sexually. It's a matter of returning the vibration, right? They glow. They have that open, loving feeling for you just because you exist, not because they want to date you either. Let them go on whatever is in their head, but when they see you and they smile, you smile back, not just with your face. And that's the whole idea. You want to meet people, you want to have a different kind of adventure, you have to come up with it in your head. What do you want to see? What do you want the world to bring to you? It'll bring it back, but it's got to vibe through you first. You're the transmitter. You are the receiver. Everything that happens is because of you attracted it. And when it's really shitty, we don't want to think that we'd had anything to do with it. But that's what I'm talking about with momentum, right? That, yeah, you may have had some shit happen to you and you kind of drag it with you. And it's momentum. You've got that headset that this is how it's going to be because this is how they are. And that's okay. We just bring it with us until we spot it and say, oh, wait a second. That's actually from my childhood and it doesn't serve me. I don't want anything to do with that episode or that group of years. Like, put it over there. And you focus on what you really want. What do you want to attract into your life? What kind of excitement or love or better health, better feelings, better friends, whatever it is, you can attract that if you are willing to spend some imagination time. It's cute. And 2 minutes, even an instant can change a life. My life was changed at age 21 by an old man who actually his funeral was the first one I ever went to. He gave me a smile so brilliant, so genuine, so full of light and love on the sidewalk of Westerly, Rhode Island. I was feeling kind of suicidal at the moment, not really contemplating how to go about it, but I was definitely not in a good place mentally at the time. I was facing my major surgery and on my own, and I had big decisions to make. And he was coming up the sidewalk, and it was just this boom. And he stopped me and gave me more of this smile. And he's like, meanwhile, his looks a lot like the doc on Back to the Future. Okay. Wild white hair around her face, a big smile. Um, we became good friends, but he stopped me and he gave me this little piece of paper. Life is fragile, handle with prayer. Now, that was not exactly the kind of thing that I was interested in hearing at that moment, but that love, that love that he offered just in that smile, that being there was so beautiful. Well, it turned out he was, at that time, the postmaster. He'd been a mailman, he retired, and he was the postmaster of this tiny, tiny post office inside a bookstore. So that's where I went to get my stamps and mail things, and met his daughter, who was older than me. And we ended up just having a lovely grandfatherly kind of a relationship. I sang to him on his deathbed in the hospital. He was just a wonderful man. So the universe is always there for you, and it gets more there, more directly toward what you want when you consciously desire, when you learn how to change your energy to match your desires. I needed that uplifting smile. I needed a friend at that moment, and the universe delivered. But I've always had faith that the universe would, because I've never felt alone ever. I've had dark moments, but when it came down to God, that which we call God, I've never felt abandoned. Except when my father died, and then I had a shit fit. But then God went ahead and filled exactly my order in the timetable I gave it. So I definitely have a relationship with that which we call God. So that's why I never worry about religion or beliefs about that kind of thing. What cat food? Only Purina indoor cat food. Okay. Well, that's a reflection of your mental attitude, where you're at, what you've been thinking about. But sometimes our spirit is just calling out for confirmation, acknowledgement that we exist, that we matter. And then we get that out of the blue, confirmation through a smile, through a random hello, or a lot of us not having to do anything with Hare Krishna have had people just give us a flower. Well, at least I have. I know that not all my experiences are shared experiences, but anybody who is aware of, well, spirit, however, whatever name you want to give it, you're aware of spirit, you recognize it when it appears in all its different facets. From getting a parking spot exactly where you want it, to bumping into a complete stranger and them turning into a friend. Ask what you want. Ask for what you want. And don't be modest about it, because there's no reward in that. If you're not sincere, nothing is answered other than your sincere fears of not getting what you want. Sincerely. Okay, so this is as textured as I was hoping to get. It's a little askew, which is usually a complimentary thing in felting vessels. But what's going to happen next is it's going to have to get soaked, and tomorrow we will stuff it and give it a shape. And I'll finish healing the opening here. So I'm pleased with the colors. We'll see more after this dries because some of the stuff like the viscose is not as evident at this point. But you'll see it very clearly after it dries and you see the contrast. Right now everything is really dark because it's so wet, but we got some good texture, and I think this is going to look really cool when it's all stuffed. Now I did, because it is 4 layers on each side, well, 4 layers period. I'm not sure yet how much light is going to come through. This might end up just being a decorative vessel. We're going to find out tomorrow. In the meantime, my friends, thank you for hanging with me. Of course, I'll ask you, please remember to leave a like for the video. And I'll be back tomorrow, Sunday. I'll definitely be back. I'm always here on a Sunday, except for the one Sunday I took off in the last 19 years. Well, actually, I did take Sundays off when I was in the hospital. But aside from emergencies, I'm here. So I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of the day. Maui has the whole rest of the day to go because it's not even lunchtime for him. It's still morning for you, Doc. The rest of us need to consider what our dinner is going to be. Well, thank you for the thumbs up. I prefer that you do it in the algorithm style. That helps me. I hate having to ask. Y'all my friends. You should know what to do without me asking, but I have to ask because that's the YouTube thing. Ask and it is given, given, given. Do I have that deck here today? I do. Did you want a card from that before I go? Take away that which is drenched. There. Hang up and dry. It may rain. You don't know if it will. Good luck. I thought it was going to rain today, but it looks like we're not expecting any for a few days. Probably the day I have to go to the doctor. That's usually how it works, right? Although I will try to make that not so. Let's find out. It is now a heat advisory of 96 degrees. 96? It's bad weather until 8 p.m. Execute a pre-end. Oh, that's even weirder. Gary said we need to do the balloon exercise meditation. I need to put it on a manager. She's not happy or treating me human. Oh. Well, which balloon exercise are you referring to, sweetie? We have so many. Y'all behave too. You work tomorrow. A hurricane broke up near the island. Leftovers rain. Well, good. Get the rain. And Gary, I'm sorry you have to work tomorrow. I'll be here probably before lunch tomorrow, since I won't be able to do something else I plan to do because the Novo is not online yet. Which balloon meditation? I can't remember which balloon. Is it on here from the old days? And I thank you for the likes. I appreciate that. What time are you going to be home tomorrow, Gary? Because Sunday I might do it in two things. I need to do some cooking, like baking, like making my own crackers kind of a thing. But I did buy some tortillas, which saves me hours of work. They're really good for quick sandwiches. Okay, how about we get you a card? Ask and it is given. For those who are new here, we're not fortune telling. Don't get scared. I can't believe how many people are afraid. Shuffle it. No, I was actually gonna make crackers, rice sesame crackers, because they're a nice healthy snack. But I didn't make any rice. I'll have to do it today if I want it for tomorrow. I have to think about it. This depends on what I'm in the mood for. I no longer put myself under false pressures. Card number 10. Yeah, I'm going to cut before I count. And if I need a sugar treat, I've got cold cereal that's got plenty of sweet on it. I did that last night. I had a sweet tooth, so I had a bowl of cereal. Okay, Gary, I'm going to cut it and then count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. When my desires and beliefs are a vibrational match, that which is like unto itself is drawn. So the vibration of your being must match the vibration of your desire. Another way of saying this is your desires and your beliefs must be a vibrational match in order for you to receive that which you desire, which is exactly what I was just saying. Look at that. You work until 3 tomorrow? Well, then when I do an afternoon show, I'll make sure you know about it. I put you, Alice, and Doc in a group so I can tell all 3 of you at the same time I'm getting ready to go live, just in case you're interested. But before you freak out that I'm not on, make sure you note what time I sent that message. You may not get it for a few hours, and then it looks like I lied. Remember, it's up to you, honey. How you feel is going to be what you're attracting. So when you're seeing somebody, okay, another method of dealing with these people, look for the best way to look at them. All right. Let's say you have a really bitchy, okay, you got that real bad woman that works in your store. She's a nasty bitch from top to bottom. She looks to start trouble and she loves to start trouble. Well, you know that. And all you can see, that's exactly how she is, right? So let's take that. She's a worst case scenario, right? So let's take a look at her and go, okay, try to imagine her in a different environment, being a better person. what she might be like at home, if she has any pets, how she is with those pets. Try to find something, a tiny thread in common with this person besides the fact that you both breathe air and need water to survive, right? Look for some way to mentally make her more human rather than the complete total bitch that she is at work. Everybody's got more than one side. You've got to start focusing on tiniest bit of good side you can find. You have too many sweets? Well, don't eat them all at once. They're bad for you. It turns out sugar is the problem, not fat. Anyway, in any of those cases, you have to find a good way to look at somebody, even if it's not evident, all right? Even though you go to work and she's still carrying on the way she always does, acts the way she always does, in your mind, start seeing the better side. Make up a side, saying, I bet that when she's home with this person or her mother or her father, she does this, that she's actually like a good daughter, or she's super clean, or she's a really good cook. I mean, come up with something. Make it up if you have to, if you don't know anything about her. Just start trying to see her in this better light, because it will change her. It'll change how you feel, and therefore you'll start to attract the better parts of her. So look for the better part of her. Yes, exactly. Exactly. So when you get up in the morning, like my habit, you have to use your own words that work for you, but my own habits include saying things like, show me something positive today. Today I'm going to see the positive. When I turn on YouTube, I am going to see something that reinforces my belief in democracy, or whatever. Make it up. Whatever it is that you need to see in the world, say, this is what you're going to see today. Not your fears manifesting, not, oh God, I hope that Mormon is not working today. You go, it doesn't matter if she's working today because I'm in a good mood. I'm going to be in a good mood today. I'm going to meet people that smile at me, and I'm going to smile back. I'm going to smile at the world's going to smile back. Say things like that to start your day, and do it before you get out of bed. While your subconscious door is still open a bit, that's when you want to program it. You say, today I'm going to see this. I'm going to have a wonderful day. And true, part of you may go, no, not really, and you're going to attract less than a wonderful day, but you can keep training yourself every night and day. I am going to have a great day tomorrow. Yeah. Your attitude is going to help bring out the best in others, but it's not what you say with your mouth, even though that helps. It's what you're feeling about that person. It's what you're thinking about that person. So remember that even though you can't see it, even though we're here manifested as individuals, to experience being an individual, to have individual will played out on this planet at this time, that is our individuality. But as a whole, we are a whole. We're all together. We work together. Our higher minds are linked. Okay, so there is stuff going on that you can't see. But if you start thinking of the better things about somebody, you're going to be connecting with them. That's going to be encouraging those sides to emerge more often and louder and better. So you do have an effect on the world if you want to put that energy into it, but it's your energy. It's for your sake that you do this. It's not to change that person. It's to make your work with that person more compatible, more happy, more lighthearted, or at the very least, less abrasive. So look for her good side, whatever it might be, and imagine it being bigger, better, and you change the world. Oh no, you're not a nasty spirit. No, no, no. Look, Gary, you're actually an extremely kind and gentle spirit, which is why people have taken advantage of you so frequently. Because you are a very generous with your time giving kind of a person. And I would never want to change that in you. I'm just saying that to make your life better and better and better, you can make things around you change by focusing the way we just talked about. Now, Doc, that is trying to control somebody else's behavior. Women are not going to just throw their underwear at you. If they do, they're crazy. I thought you wanted to avoid cray-cray women. Normal women don't throw their underwear at gardeners. That's not a normal person thing. There is no loving way. That would be service me, boy, kind of message, okay? So no, you need to reevaluate what you're trying to attract into your life and come up with a better thing to say in the morning. Yeah, your imagination is wild, but is that what you want? You're not focusing on what you really want. All right? Life is not a porn show. Life is not a strip show. If you want that stuff, you have to go seek that out. But you're not seeking out healthy people. You're not seeking out normal. You're seeking out crazy. Okay? So I'm not saying that wanting some kind of weird sex thing is a weird thing or a bad thing. That's you or people like you or whatever. I mean, that's everybody's desires are different. But you're framing it in a way that's fucking insane and going to attract only crazy. So you need to think about these things before you speak them into the world. Yes, like in Sims. You have to create a scenario that is emotionally compatible with your real self and not some fantasy self that you have no intention of living up to in the first place or really wanting involvement with, because the kind of women that would do those things are not the women you want a real relationship with. Those are the crazy ones. Now, again, you're setting up a reality. You're setting up getting flirted with by 90-year-old women. You're going to hear yourself. Although it's amusing when we just chat about it, you're not paying attention to the vibes. You just thought about someone you don't like in your life and she texted you. That's your power. Is that what you want to keep attracting? Or you want to start thinking about what you really want to connect with? Do you really want love or you just want a one-night stand? You want to romp? That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. It's not a judgment call. It's a matter of what you're emotionally capable of dealing with. Maybe a one-night stand is all you need and you're good for a year. Maybe what you really want is you're craving an affectionate relationship, which is a different level of thought and vibration. Your vibrations are not matching what you really want. Your vibrations are going off. Crazy. So focus on what do you really want? I've been trying to get you guys to focus on what you really want in terms of relationships for a long time. Instead of going off into fantasy land and then re-attracting crazy people. Every time we talked about some crazy lady in your past, she showed up, or a new crazy showed up. So this is your power, man. You're attracting exactly what you're talking about. So think about what you're talking about and change what you're talking about. You're surrounded by 90-year-old women, and they have already eyeballed you. And you already know that On that island, women are not the same exactly. I mean, biologically, yeah. But the psychology of island life is different from the psychology of a city life like New York City. They're not the same. They're not going to react the same to the same things. So you have to take it from where you're at. Just that's being crude now. I'll get your attention one way or another. I'd kill you. I'd grab that hose and turn it on you. I'd say, oh yeah, asshole. How do you like it? So no, you don't want to mess around with pissed off women. I suggest that you just be real. It's what do you want to attract into your life, not what you're afraid of attracting, because that's what you'll attract. Whatever you think about and feel about, you help bring about. The universe will support that. That's how you ask for things from the universe, from God, from everything. You ask through your vibration. The words don't matter except as you vibe with them. So think about it. What do you want to get involved with? And you keep saying you don't want involvement. So you cannot have it both ways. You either want an involvement and the universe gets busy attracting somebody, or you keep saying, no, 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 I don't want an involvement because I'm afraid I'll attract a crazy person. And then you go ahead and attract crazy because you are afraid, which means you're focused on your fear, which means you're focused on the crazy. Sit by yourself with all the digital crap off for a few minutes. Drop into your heart and ask yourself, what do you really want? Your life is far from over, especially being a man. You could go on for another 30 years easy because women live longer than men, for one thing, and they want different things than you want. Well, don't think about what you don't want, or you will attract that. Again, look at what you're saying. I don't want, but the universe doesn't say no. There is no no in the universe. The moment you think about it, talk about it, feel about it, you have begun the process of attracting it into your life. Stop talking about what you don't want in a relationship. Unless it's in the context of the way I attracted Glenn. Now, yes, in the last few years, he was a real asshole, but we were managed to stay together for almost 22 years because a lot of that was good. So what I did with him was I literally sat down with a piece of paper and I said, what I want, what I don't want. You can. You're healthy enough to go that long. And I will assure you, after working in a bar with the American Legion, that men are capable of keeping it up well into their 80s. Matter of fact, there are people in their 80s that are still getting married. Love happens at any age. The question is, are you ready for it? Do you really want it? Are you ready to commit? That's a different story. Well, they're in a game with you and they don't know you. They know the game you. That's not all you. It's a game. So yeah, they all want to move in with you. Well, are those healthy women in the game shooting things? He has no money. He's as poor as a church mouse like the rest of us. Yes, people are getting married in their 80s. Look it up. Love is love. It doesn't matter what age you are. We find ourselves falling in love at any age if that is where we're at. If we are open to love, if we love love, if we love having someone to love, yeah, that's what we attract into our lives. But if we're full of fear and we are skeptical about love and we believe all men suck or all women suck or all that stuff that goes with having had bad experiences, we undo ourselves. So don't pay attention anymore to what you don't want. You already know what you don't want. If you need to sit it down so that you stop thinking about what you don't want, put it on paper. This is what I'm looking for in a relationship. This is what I want my mate to be like. This is what I don't want. I got everything on my list with Glenn. You know what I didn't get? Peace of mind from knowing that I miss things. I did miss things. I never knew that depression could be a state of mind that lasts for a million years. All right, I did not know about that kind of depression because I never experienced it, and nobody in my family suffered from clinical or chronic depression. All of us experienced depression when we had something to grieve over, and then it passed. We are not a depressed family in general. Although my youngest sister, I'd say, yeah, okay, at this point, she's definitely depressed. But in general, no, we were not the kind of people that just got depressed chemically or otherwise. But some people do. Glenn was one of those people that was a depressed person since he was a baby, and I did not know what that meant. So it wasn't on my list. But everything else, no alcoholism, no drug addiction. I wanted him not to have all that much ambition, believe it or not. I didn't want somebody who was so ambitious that I became second to the job, because my first husband was like that. And I loved him dearly, but it became very clear that his position in society was way more important. How he was viewed by society was more important than how I, his wife, viewed him. So it was different. So second husband didn't give a rat's ass about what other people thought about him. And also he wasn't ambitious in terms of working. He couldn't wait to stop working. Whereas my first husband was very ambitious, not like to get rich, but to have the white picket fence dream, the house, the family, the yard, that kind of thing. So everybody got what they wanted and planned for. And it'll work for you the same way. If you're not clear on what you want in a relationship, or if you want one, you're going to have to start writing it down so you can get clear in your own head. What other people think is irrelevant. It's all about you. What do you want? Best friend? Someone you can laugh with? Someone you can game with? It doesn't mean you want them moving in with you, but befriending someone that you can have fun with, full on. I would love to make friends with, well, people who just love to have a good time, but don't want a serious relationship. I've reached a point in my life, I don't want to take care of anybody anymore. I have enough problems taking care of me. I don't want to bring someone into my life that I have to care for like a wife again. It's just not in my mental attitude anymore. Yeah, that's a good idea, not taking the conversation any further than the game. And as far as drinks, look, you people, if you have a trouble keeping it up, drink less beer, do more exercise, and make sure you're eating healthy food, because not being able to keep it up is a health issue. And that's your problem. The point is, what do you want? You want a friend with benefits. Then be clear on what those benefits are and what you are going to give in return. All right, what are you offering for that? So think about it. Don't tell me. This is a personal issue. What do you want to give? And I'm very clear right now in this point of my life, I don't want to give shit. I want someone I can have a good time with. We can sit and have a cup of coffee. We can have a good conversation, maybe even go out for a meal sometime. But if we don't have good conversation, it's all over. I don't want someone who just wants to listen to me talk. I want to go back and forth. I want someone who can make me laugh, and I want to make them laugh. So I know what I want. And I also know that to meet that, I have to leave my apartment. I'm not going to meet that just sitting here talking to people I've known for 20 years. I already know you. You're never going to be part of my life in that way. Yes, it is. I won this in bingo. Well, you can give up if you want, but if you don't want a relationship, like I don't want a relationship right now, I'm fine with that. I'm not unhappy at all about my current status. So, if you're happy, then just continue being happy and doing what it is that is making you happy. But if you feel unsatisfied in some area of your life, then you have work to do. But the work is vibrational. The work is an understanding of what it is you're really wanting and what you want to give for that. Because a relationship, whether it is friends with benefits or full on benefits all the time, either way, you are going to have to give something to that, because I'm telling you right now, no woman is going to be interested in just having sex and leaving. Maybe a couple of times, but then you're going to be old news. All right. Anybody that's shallow is going to be bored of you after a very short time. You have to see, what are you offering? Women, yes, there are women who definitely just want sex. I met a bunch of them down in Florida in the retirement villages. They also had the highest rate of STDs, because I don't know, I think they thought that menopause also meant you didn't get diseases, which of course you do. Okay, I didn't say they were smart women, I just said that they were women willing to have sex. So if you want something, be clear on what it is you want, or you're not going to get it. You're just going to keep frustrating yourself. You got it? You understand, darlings? And if you take care of your health, don't worry about those little bottles. If you are with the right person, they're going to inspire that, and you will not need any drugs unless you have an actual problem, which a doctor should be involved if that is the case. Well, that's what I'm saying, Gary. Anybody that is going to be that loose, I'll give you a real life example. My first sister-in-law was the sluttiest person I ever met. And I say that with complete disrespect for her, because that's what she earned. She wrote a letter to the Penthouse Forum. Now, you all know what the Penthouse magazine is or was. I don't even know if it's still around, but there used to be a magazine called Penthouse, which was like the Playboy Bunny thing. And she wrote a letter looking for someone to have sex with, as many as possible, but they had to be married, and she was the only one they could cheat with. She got 65 responses. 65 married men wrote back to her willing to have an affair with her, sight unseen. Okay? So in my opinion, well, my opinion of men who read Penthouse dropped to the bottom. If you're willing to just put it out there like that, that's disgusting. Sorry, I have no respect for you at all. Right, right. I know exactly what you're talking about, Doc. Exactly. They think that they can control you through that, but men have that same thing. They think that they control them through the sex acts. Oh, look, my dick is so perfect. I'm sure you're going to come running for that anytime. Not felt very that way. What, you mean wanting sex? Yeah, don't watch porn. That will bring up a lot of unrealistic vibrations. Well, you don't have to admit that to me, okay? Taking care of what you got to take care of, that's just a natural human thing, and there's no shame in that. And I'm not saying you should feel bad about it. I'm just saying that if that becomes bigger than real life, more important than real life, or you'll start to develop unrealistic expectations because of watching theater, it's not going to do you and your future relationships any good. You're going to be trying to attract things that don't really exist. So, if sex is all you want and you don't want any kind of emotional entanglement, then your own hands are your best option, or hiring somebody if you happen to live in a place where you can get away with that. But again, there's risks, there's dangers involved if you do that outside of your own bedroom. So it's not about, there's nothing evil about porn, okay? There's nothing, unless you're watching child porn, in which case I think you better get to a therapist about that. Normal adult porn for normal adults is not a big deal. It's just, that's why it exists. That's a human thing. We're a very sexual species. But unfortunately, we use that for manipulation a lot, and that's where it becomes harmful. But also, again, if you get unrealistic expectations about what you can manifest in your life, you're hurting yourself. You're not bringing yourself happiness anymore. After the first 5 minutes, it's over, and then you're just back to being yourself with physical relief. That's great. Get rid of the toxins, out of the building. But if you want a relationship, it's going to take more than that. You have to give it some thought. You've got to give it the feeling. Oh yeah, I can imagine, Doc. I can imagine. I got lots of unusual phone calls as a psychic. Okay, so all those years that I was doing online readings, that's 12 years. I heard it all. Well, there's always more that you haven't heard, but yeah, I heard plenty. And yes, a lot of it, a lot of what goes on those psychic lines is tragic. It's not even funny. It's tragedy in action, and people with tragic lives. And the problem I see with that is they don't want to turn them around because it takes effort. They really want, just like they go to a psychic, they want their future laid out. This is how it's going to be, as if your life is a book that's already been written, instead of the reality of it being an adventure you're writing as you go. So people get into these bad places emotionally. Because the person who is really a great and perfect person. Well, I don't know who you're referring to, but I'm glad that you have somebody like that in your life. There are wonderful people all over the place. Everybody, I believe, does have a good core because we are all connected, and our home is love. So yeah, we see the ugly, but again, tune yourself. Tune yourself like an instrument. Your body is your instrument. And even if you were brought up just on the Bible says your body is your temple. And also, ask and it is given. But you will receive in accordance to your beliefs, which means you have to vibrate the right vibration to receive the match you desire instead of the one you fear or really don't want. So, again, who do you want to be around? Who do you want to invite into your life? Decide. You don't have to have a name. You don't have to have a face, but you do have to know what it feels like to be around them, at least in your imagination, because you can't have that attraction until you're clear on what it is you are feeling. So that is that for the moment, my darlings. And I will be back tomorrow. And if you have any more questions on this subject, you know I'm always here. Oh. Well, if he's being sweet to you, I don't care for Bible verses because I see them as a manipulation frequently, or as a way to relieve themselves of feeling bad about themselves because they're good to the faith and they're still clinging to those words. Your spiritual core is connected all the time. If you don't feel it, no Bible verse is going to make you feel it. But if you are enjoying getting those verses, knowing he's thinking of you, that's sweet. So until tomorrow, my darlings, thanks